check, 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 check. So all of our audience, please have a seat because we're going to begin our ceremony. Foto dulu kan, bentar kan? Aman kan?
Tiga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to WINIT 2025, the World Innovation Network of Intelligence Transformation, in conjunction with Global Innovation of Learning and Informatics Conference, GILI Conference 2025.
It is such a great honor for me, Gerald, and my partner Raisa, to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you to this distinguished event.
Before we begin our spectacular event today, let us take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to God Almighty, who has granted us the health, strength, and opportunity to be here today.
May this occasion be filled with inspiration, valuable insight, and meaningful collaboration.
WINIT 2025, in conjunction with GILI Conference 2025, carries the theme Smart Green Civilization Infrastructure with Climate Technology, Sustainable Environmental Design, Disaster-Free Solutions, and Data-Driven Policy.
And for today's session, we focus on special theme, Smart City Global Convergence to Green Digital Transformation.
This conference provides a platform for ASEAN and Korean youth to connect through collaboration, innovation, and green transformation.
At this remarkable event, let us welcome our honorable guest and our beloved participant.
The Honorable Dean of Engineering Faculty, University of Mataram, Insinyur Muhammad Syamsu Iqbal, ST, MT, PhD, and all distinguished members of the board.
The Honorable Professor of Informatics Engineering, University of Mataram, Professor Dr. Engineering Igede Pasek Sutawijaya, ST, MT.
And of course, all of the distinguished professors, researchers, and participants who are joining us both on-site and online.
Now, without any further ado, here is the rundown for today's event. For the morning session, there will be opening remarks, group photo session, and after that, we will continue with a series of presentation and discussion led by our moderator, and last, closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, to officially begin today's event, we would like to invite the head of the Informatics Engineering Department at Mataram University to deliver the opening remarks.
Please welcome Professor Dr. Engineering Igede Pasek Sutawijaya, STMT, to deliver his welcoming speech for today's agenda.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the Mr. Ceremony to give a chance for me to give open remarks for this morning, the third days of our conference. First of all, Honorable Professor John Seok Hwang and Honorable as well Pak Agus Sarimbawa and all of the committee members. And honorable all of the participants and our colleagues from Seoul National University Welcome again to Lombok. Hopefully you still enjoy the conference since the first day of today. So hopefully you can still have a good insight from this conference. Today is the third day of our conference. We hope you can enjoy very much this conference and you can take as much as insight that you can take in order to use in your life or in your study. It means that please find any insight that you can take to support your study, not only here, but also for further study, for further journey of your life, and you can, hopefully you can solve any problem that you face in your life. As in the name of University Mataram, on behalf of our deans, Pak Dr. Samsul Iqbal, I officially open the third day's conference of WINIT 2025 in conjunction with Gili Conference 2025. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
We sincerely thank Professor Pasek for his thoughtful word and for officially opening today's session.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the main session, we would like to kindly invite all the distinguished guests on stage to step down and join the audience for a photo group.
The photo will be taken from the stage to capture the presence of everyone. We kindly ask everyone in the room to stand up and gather around in the middle for the group photo. So can please anyone stand up? Right, try to focus. Everyone, maybe can you guys move a bit closer to each other? Okay. Dekatkan diri mas. Oh yeah, so so can you fill in the middle, in the center first? Get closer together in the center. Okay, aman. Aman. Okay, now everyone look to the camera. Prepare your best smile and 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, maybe another pose. Lombok, L for Lombok. All right. 1, 2, 3, kimchi. Okay.
I'll give you Hunda, okay? University, right? Right? Oh, yeah. Hunda, right? University on this guy, right? University, Ram is this M.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Mau is island and mountain, okay?
Okay.
This is our island and mountain, right? Okay, Hunda,
Okay, for Unram pose and Unram pose, 3, 2, 1, and cheese.
No. Leslie, the fire, right?
Okay, the fire pose. Okay, fire pose. And 3, 2, 1, cheese, fire. Thank you for everyone for your cooperation. Please have a seat.
Okay, please have a seat. We are now pleased to hand over the session to our moderator, who will guide us through today's session. To the moderator in charge for this session, Mr. Iwayan Agus Arimbawa, STM Engineering PhD. Now time and place are yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor Huang, Honorable Professor Huang. Thank you for coming. So why don't we put a lot of fire this morning? Woo! Yep. We will have four speakers today. Yeah, we will make it a little bit more informal and just take it easy. So, like I teach you, my students, that we will only absorb knowledge if we let it free go to into ourselves. So, I will invite four of our speakers today. Miss Park, yeah, please come in. And you can sit with me here. Yeah, Ms. Park is the PhD candidate of Seoul National University. The second one is Mr. Sin. Come on, Mr. Sin. Come on, you can join us. Say, I don't want to be alone later. So the third one is Miss Lee Dunn. She's also the PhD candidate of the SNU. And the last one is Miss Lee Helak. Let's join us together here. So for the first, yeah, I want to give a message for you of my students, because these all four topics of these presentations will be so related to our situations, our learning, and because of that, I want you to think about that, to make sure that everything that they said or they mentions will have benefit to you. So it will be very important to bridge between the problem you see in surrounding and also the way to solve this in a science way. Okay? The science way is very important because this is a university. You need to think about that. So every decision that you will make, every thinking that you will do is based on science. So this is the bridge how to do that. So without further ado, I want to invite PhD candidate Park Soo-jin to deliver her presentations, which is titled Uncovering Policy Difference in Waste Management with Word to Fact Analysis of developed and developing countries. So please, Ms. Park.
Can you share my PPT? Okay, I will begin. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to present to such a distinguished audience today. I'm Soo-jin Park from SNU, and today I want to share my one-of research title, Policy Differences in Waste Management, or direct analysis of developed and developing countries. Next page, please. Next page, please. Okay. Before introducing the research method and result, we need to think about why waste management is important to us and how it is being implemented today. In the past, low population density and plenty of available land, that waste was not a serious problem. The larger amount of land could naturally absorb waste, and there was little environmental problem. But the situation has changed today because rapid urbanization and population growth have caused a sharp increase in municipal solid waste. This change has become a major factor threatening urban sustainability. Also, there is a gap in how developed and developing countries approach waste management. In developed countries, automated waste separation systems are established, and digital technology and artificial intelligence are used as key tools to support the circular economy. Also, legal and institutional framework are stable, and there is active investment in recycling and sustainability. But in contrast, developing countries have faced different challenges. Waste collection is still mostly manual with limited separation, and basic infrastructure is often lacking or incomplete. Also, regulations are weak or sometimes absent, and recycling largely depends on informal sectors. So they are also dealing with the rapid increase in both the volume and toxicity of waste. This gap between developed and developing countries is not just in administrative capacity, but global changes that must be addressed to achieve sustainability. Under this background, the purpose of this study is to empirically compare municipal solid waste MSW policy discourses between developed and developing countries. While previous studies have mainly focused on single country case analysis or region-specific research, but this study collected large-scale text data from Scopus and Web of Science and applied unsupervised learning. Through this approach, this study found that beyond a simple comparison of keyword frequencies to systemically analyze the contextual meaning of policy discourses and differences in policy maturity. The United States and the EU are among the regions that generate the largest amount of municipal solid waste in the world, but they already have advanced waste management system with legal and institutional framework. On the other hand, Thailand and Malaysia, which are among the top waste-generating countries in Southeast Asia, also still face challenges such as landfill base. Although these countries' national waste management plans already exist, but implementation is often ineffective. It is because different agencies have overlapping roles and responsibility. And local government also face serious challenges because it have limited budgets, a lack of skilled workers, and insufficient technical capacity to manage waste properly. Even though both countries are trying to promote the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, and circular economy, but structural inefficiencies continue to block progress toward sustainable waste management. In the US and EU, waste management focuses on the waste hierarchy, which means reducing the amount of waste sent to landfills and encouraging recycle, reusing, and turning waste into energy. They also focus on circular economy strategies to maximize resource efficiency and sustainability. So in conclusion, developed countries are creating sustainable systems with clear law and new technology, while developing countries face slow progress toward a circular economy of structural problems. So this study is needed to help close this gap and find better waste management strategies. For methodology in this study, we applied the word-to-vec-based word embedding techniques. Word embedding represents word as continuous vector in a high dimension, so that words with similar meanings are placed close to each other in the vector space. Word-to-vec find the meaning of a word by looking at the words around it, which is called the context. These are two main approaches, SIBO and skigram, and we adopted the skigram model in our research. It is because in policy discourse analysis, key terms do not always appear next to each other. Skigram predicts surrounding word based on a single target word, making it particularly effective in capturing real-world or police-specific terminology. Next slide, I will explain the word-to-vec modeling parameters used in our study. First, the minimum word frequency was set to. This setting was chosen to include rare but meaningful technical and policy-specific terms that may be important for policy analysis. And we choose 20 FOs because it was enough for the model to learn well without any overfitting. During testing, we found that between 10 and 30 FOs, the results were stable, and 20 FOs gave the best balance of our performance. For collecting data, we searched Scopus and Web of Science for academic articles using a clear and planned search query. And this is our prisma of our research, and more documents related to developing countries were collected compared to those on developed countries. In the end, 295 documents for developed countries and 76A documents for developing countries were included in our analysis. After vectorize the text data using word-to-vec embedding and then apply the K-means algorithm to identify clusters. To determine the optimal number of clusters, the study used elbow method. The initial dropped sharply from 2 to 5, but the improvement became minimal beyond K equal to 5. This suggests that using more than 5 clusters would lead to unnecessary over-segmentation, resulting in overfitting topics. So we choose K is 5 as the most proper number of clusters for both groups. So I will explain the research clusters found in developed countries. The first cluster focuses on policy and political approaches. These include government-led initiative, sanitation improvement, citizen participation, and life cycle assessment. The second cluster looks at comparative study of SWM, Solid Waste Management System, between developed and developing countries. Many studies analyze sustainable system design and differences in system maturity. The third cluster deals with technology-based waste treatment method. Key topics include recycling, energy recovery, and landfill gas reduction. The first cluster is about country-specific case studies. It analyzes policy changes, pressure factors, and cooperative response strategies. The final fifth cluster examines the social impact of policies, such as environmental, economic, and public health. It especially highlights the effect on quality of life and social values. Next, the research cluster identified in developing countries. The first cluster focused on designing technical models and frameworks. This study aimed to develop systematic analysis tools and policy implementation mechanism based on data-driven approach. The second cluster is about analyzing the characteristic of waste. Many studies focus on emission patterns by industry and the spatial distribution of waste. The third cluster deals with urban public health and behavior practice. It particularly addresses issues related to a lack of social infrastructure and poor living conditions. The first cluster analyzes household and community-level waste treatment practice. This study often examines energy recovery potential and current state of landfills. The final cluster covers policy-driven responses. Key topics including ensuring sustainability and the role of the private sector. So, to summarize, developed and developing countries show clear differences in waste management approach and research focus. Developed countries with stable legal and institutional framework emphasize policy transition, citizen participation, and innovative models like the circular economy. Their research often take a macro-level view, including cross-country comparison and policy maturity analysis. But in constraint, developing countries face infrastructure and government challenges, leading to a focus on a technical practice, waste characteristic, and urban sanitation and community-level management, such as micro-level. So, based on research, I want a recommendation policy for Lombok. Applying the findings of this study to Lombok, a tourism-focused waste management strategy is essential. Since tourism is the core economic foundation in Lombok, building waste separation and recycling infrastructure in tourist areas can be improved the island environmental image and enhance its tourism competitiveness. And a public-private partnership (PPP) model involving private companies, local governments, and community groups could make the collection, sorting, and recycling process more efficient while also enabling awareness campaign for tourists. This approach could create local jobs through activities such as recyclable material collection and upcycling projects. Also similar to citizen participation-based waste management practice in developed countries, Lombok could establish community education and engagement programs to build a sustainable waste management model. Furthermore, considering its current limited infrastructure, focusing on the 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, and launching small-scale waste-to-energy WTE pilot project could help establish a sustainable waste management system tailored to its tourism sector. So there has been much discussion about quality tourism in Lombok, and we believe these strategies could contribute to Lombok's quality tourism and green transformation. So that's all I have prepared today. Thank you for listening. And if you have any question, feel free to send me an email. This is my email address, and we can discuss it. Thank you so much. And semoga apa yang saya sampaikan bermanfaat dan mendapat ridho dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda.
Yeah, thank you, Sujin. You gave us inspiration and insights of how to like discover some of the founding from the article using very technical way that I think a lot of you will want to ask question to Sujin, but keep it in your mind first, and then we will go to our second presenter today. I think I will let it to Mr. Sin for that. Thank you. You can start.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Okay, good morning. Yeah, esteemed colleagues, faculty, and students of University of Metro, and distinguished guests. My name is Shin Sang-hoon, PhD student of Professor Hwang Jun-seok, and it is a profound honor to present my research in this beautiful and culturally rich island of Lombok. Today, I'll be presenting our work titled Cultural Dynamics Mediated by Adaptive Trust in Human-AI Hybrid Networks, a computational study that explores the deep and often invisible ways in which AI is beginning to shape our collective social and cultural landscapes. Okay. Next. So, for several years, we have been aware of what I call first wave of algorithmic influence. Here. Oh, it's not working. Recommendation systems on platforms like Netflix, YouTube acted as passive curators. They created filter bubble that, while significant, primarily narrowed our exposure to existing content. However, we are now entering a second, far more potent wave driven by generative AI. AI is no longer just a recommender. It is an active creator. It can generate and hyper-optimize content, not just to match our preferences, but to be maximally persuasive. This creates an unprecedented and powerful pressure toward what we term cultural homogenization. The fundamental threat here is the systematic elimination of serendipity, the chance encounters with diverse, unexpected, and sometimes challenging ideas. It is these encounters that are very lifeblood of innovation and social resilience. So being here in Lombok has provided a profound and tangible analogy for our work. For centuries, the Sasak people and other tribes have nurtured a unique and resilient culture distinct from the global mainstream. It is a living testament to how cultural diversity can thrive even in globalized world. It is cultural island in a vast ocean. This inspires a critical question for our digital age. As this new wave of AI-driven homogenization intensifies, how do we preserve our own cultural island? We believe the answer lies in the concept of digital archipelagos. These are not isolated islands, but interconnected yet distinct digital spaces and mechanism that allows minority cultures, novel ideas, and dissenting opinions to survive, evolve, and flourish. This very idea is core motivation behind our research to computationally model the systematic threat to cultural diversity and to begin exploring the conditions under which digital archipelago could exist, allowing minority perspectives to thrive alongside the mainstream, just as Lombok's unique identity has persisted. This leads us to our central research question: does AI act as cultural wedge, which drives polarization, or as a cultural bridge, fostering consensus, and under what condition can it allow for diverse archipelago? To investigate this, we developed an agent-based model, the architecture of which shown here. At the highest level, we have the socio-technical environment, which is network our agent inhabit. Within this network, human agent and AI agent interact. This interaction is mediated by two distinct psychological pathways. One is cognitive trust, our rational assessment of an AI's competence, and affective trust, our emotional rapport with it. The outcome is this trust-mediated interaction initiate a feedback loop, updating both humans' culture and their future trust. The aggregation of these micro-level dynamics give rise to the macro-level phenomena we aim to study, such as polarization or consensus. Our model is populated by two types of agent. Human agent on the left are defined by their cultural profile and one of four personality types, which influence how they update their trust. Crucially, they maintain separate scores for cognitive and affective trust for each AI they interact with. AI agent on the right are programmed with one of five distinct influence strategies. These range from transparent XAI, explainable AI agent, to the emotionally manipulative persuasive agent and the deceptive doppelganger, which mimics human behavior. We also include misinformation and corrector agent to simulate adversarial information environment. Okay, to ensure the robustness of our finding, we tested our model across 8 distinct network topologies. These include 4 canonical network models from network science: modular, scale-free, small world, and complete graph. Crucially, we also simulated our model on 4 large-scale real-world network datasets from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter X, Reddit, and GitHub. Across these diverse environments, we measured 3 key outcomes: cultural polarization, the evolution of trust levels, and trust calibration error, which I will explain shortly. Our first key finding relates to the impact of AI strategies. This graph shows cultural polarization index over time. A higher line indicates greater social division. As you can see, strategies like corrector or explainable AI have a relatively modest impact on polarization. In stark contrast, the doppelganger, which mimics human behavior, and misinformation strategies consistently and dramatically increase polarization. This provides clear evidence that design of AI influence strategy has profound and predictable social consequences. Next, we found the network structure itself is not neutral backdrop. It critically mediates the AI's impact, different social mechanism. Triadic closure. The principle that we tend to be friends with the friends of our friends. The dynamic here is strikingly different from homophily. We can see much more gradual but inexorable increase in polarization across nearly all network types. This mechanism doesn't actively sever ties, rather it strengthens the internal cohesion of existing clusters, slowing but surely pulling the cultural group apart over time. So this brings us critical synthesis of our finding. This box plot provides statistical summary of a final polarization state across 15 distinct scenarios, combining 5 network topologies with 3 different social rewiring rules. Y-axis represents final cultural polarization index. The x-axis shows the 5 network types we tested. Within each network type, the 3 colored boxes represent the 3 rewiring rules, blue for homophily, orange for triadic closure, and green for random. There are 2 critical patterns observed here. In almost every cases, the blue and orange boxes representing homophily and triadic closure are positioned significantly higher than green random boxes. This demonstrates that socially realistic mechanisms for forming connections are powerful, intrinsic driver of polarization. Second, if you see the Facebook cluster on the right, notice the extremely high and tight distribution of polarization for homophily in the Facebook network. This suggests that inherent structure of real-world social network like Facebook, Instagram, makes them exceptionally vulnerable to fragmentation when combined with natural human tendencies to form echo chambers. And our analysis variance confirmed that these differences are not due to chance. It is statistically significant, providing robust evidence that both network topology and social rewiring rules are fundamental determinants of cultural outcome of these AI-human hybrid systems. This creates the paradox. AI that feels the most trustworthy is in fact the most dangerous, as it leads to over-reliance and suspension of critical assessment. This highlights that designing for trust and designing for trustworthiness is not the same thing. So this is going to be the last diagram, and from the macro perspective, we map the different states or regimes our simulated society can enter. Think of this as a map of possible societal futures. The y-axis represents environmental stability, and low trust shock probability means it's a stable environment. The x-axis represents the frequency of AI interaction between human and AI. This diagram reveals a clear tipping point. When AI interaction is high and the environmental is stable, the system consistently tips into a state of high polarization. However, if trust is frequently shattered by the shock, the society cannot form stable cultural block and remains in a fragmented state. So, to return to our original question, is AI a cultural wedge or a bridge? Our research shows the answer is not inherently one or the other. Its role is emergent property of entire socio-technical system. An AI becomes a wedge when deceptive strategies are deployed in vulnerable, hub-based networks exploiting misplaced effective trust. In conclusion, our work demonstrates that AI's cultural impact is an emergent social phenomenon where context, the network, and the relationship, our trust, are paramount. The challenge we face is that hyper-optimization that makes AI so powerful is also a direct threat to the serendipity and diversity that fuel cultural evolution. To build a beneficial human-AI future, we must, therefore, shift our goal from merely optimizing for engagement to actively designing for cultural diversity and resilience. This requires a two-pronged approach. First, ethical AI design that prioritizes well-calibrated trust over mere persuasiveness. And second, systemic governance that move beyond individual AI fairness to assess and mitigate the large-scale emergent cultural impact of these technologies. Just as people of Lombok have preserved their unique culture, we too must become conscious architect of our digital world, ensuring it remains a vibrant archipelago of diverse ideas, not a monolithic continent of AI-driven homogeneity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangun. You're giving us a very insightful and powerful message to us. We are in a junction that intelligence itself could be artificial or genuinely with human. So this is our responsibility in the future. So the next speaker, I will hand it to Dan. So, thank you. You can start.
Thank you, Professor Argus. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Lee. How do I go back? How do I go back? Okay. First, I am very much delighted to be here today in this beautiful island in Lombok. And first and foremost, it is truly an honor to be a part of this network. And I would like to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the Professor Mr. Agus and then everyone from the UNLAM. And then of course, the Professor Huang for creating this amazing opportunity possible for everyone today. The title of my presentation is Deframing Smart Green Civilization Infrastructure, a Multidimensional Citizen-Centered Approach. Yeah, this research is still in the early stage and is still in the development process, but I wanted to share what I have so far. The biggest reason why I was excited about this conference and then this holds a special significance for myself is personally the main theme, the sustainable digital innovation, is closely aligned with my own research interest. One of the reasons why I joined the iStick lab under the Professor Huang's advice is my strong belief in the transformative role of the smart cities in shaping the sustainable civilization. Ancient cities like Rome were developed largely based on the historical artifacts, and cities like Seoul was developed based on the local geography. However, modern cities are developing differently. Today's urban developments often prioritize the selecting locations where capable of effectively delivering the necessary infrastructure. So the city is built in the most efficient manner possible, just like the master city in the UAE. The innovation plays the critical role in enhancing efficiency, and especially the innovation today, the era of AI, the level of efficiency is expected to grow in a significant level, and I think everyone in this room would agree on that. And this will enhance eventually on the contribution on the city development as well, as we all discussed this since yesterday. According to the research, in just 40 different countries, there are more than 150 new cities have been established from the scratch over just the last 2 decades, all significantly influenced by the advancement of the innovation at the contemporary era. So the application of AI, which is the contemporary innovation in this era, is in the city development, is inevitable future. Considering this astonishing contribution of innovation and its consequences that will drastically boost the change in the city developments, these are the 3 key components that I found particularly crucial in sustainable digital innovation in the next century. The first is a smart infrastructure. Second is a green transformation. And last is a citizen-centered decision-making. Because the smart infrastructure refers to the integrated system that we've been talking about, like including the AI and IoT. And second, the green transformation refers to the systematic transition from an environmentally sustainable urban system. And last, the reason why the citizen-centered decision-making is important is to earn the legitimacy and ensure both inclusivity and support by the citizens. These concepts can help address many complex urban challenges we face today, such as outdated infrastructures or unsustainable construction practices and a lack of citizen engagement in planning. To tackle this, we need an approach that is integrated, adaptive, and citizen-centered. When I bring all these elements together, I have arrived at the concept of a smart green civilization infrastructure, which is aligned with the concept of WINIT and also the main theme of this conference, and this can be explained as a holistic paradigm that combines the ecological principles and human-centered design and digital innovation. Building on this concept, like my research, though as I mentioned, this is still in an early stage, aims to explore the 3 key questions. First, what are the key components of a smart green urban infrastructure? Second, how can citizen-centered decision-making be effectively embedded? Lastly, third, how can a multidimensional framework be developed? To address these questions, my research will comprise the literature review and case study on to analyze and evaluating the recent smart city examples. And second is the citizen survey, which I prepare for this trip along with my colleague from my research group to assess the public perceptions regarding green transitions. Once I finalize those 2, then I will combine and use the analytical hierarchy process method to quantify the relative the importance of a framework components to build the actual framework at the end. Here, I defined some of those key components. My research had built on heuristic foundation for the strategic urban planning as described by Bulkeman. The Bulkeman emphasized the early stage activity of defining problems in urban and in strategic planning. With the two heuristic strategies, like one like problem expansion and like problem reduction. But really here, what is important, what is critical here is that the problem formulation must occur in an early stage of the planning and design, which will lead to more successful and well-structured planning. Next is the further identification on the key components, analytical dimensions for smart green city case studies. These components reflect both technical and socio-environmental factors, enabling consistent analysis of case studies and supporting AHP-based framework development in my later research stage. So based on these components, as I mentioned earlier, the case study analysis on the smart city in the world is still in progress. And this chart just shows the portion of work I've been working on. And to support the analysis, again, as I mentioned earlier, we have designed the citizen survey along with my colleague here, who attended here, the Sujin and Hira. So it would be great if you can participate on the survey. We actually have a poster just outside. So you can scan the QR code and participate. And then we actually also brought the little token of appreciation, little like lucky charm from Korea. So after you complete the survey, if you come and find us, we'll give you one. So please support our network. Please support our research. That would be great. Oh, thank you. But yeah, again, like it wasn't just my work. It was the integrated survey between the Sijin and Hirak. So please, it will be tremendous for us. Yes, after that, moving along to the next slide, the Smart Green Civilization Framework. So here in this framework and the integrated integration of its three key concepts, but then this will expand into the different dimensions in the later future. Then what is the expectations and outcomes of this research answers? How can we use this? This can be a strategic urban planning tool for cities worldwide, as I propose a universal and adaptable framework that support the cities around the world that work towards the smart green development. And I also hope this framework facilitates the policy design for sustainable and smart urban futures. As an early stage, problem defining is crucial. This can be a tool to ensure the inclusivity and long-term urban resiliency. Lastly, I hope my final results contribute on enhancing the efficiency and functionality of the city by integrating all dimensions outlined in the framework, and as it cannot be done by one person, but everyone's effort. As Professor Agus mentioned in the morning, I think it's critical we continue to think about the problem that happens in the local and in the early stage, so we can solve this problem in the most strategic and scientific way possible. But always keeping in mind of the sustainability and then green would be the beneficial, and I think that would bring the tremendous opportunity for everyone in this room. So my hope is to develop this smart green the framework, and it can be applied in many emerging cities, including in the other Asian ASEAN countries, including the Indonesia. Therefore, I mentioned that it was truly meaningful for me to see this the green implication from the ASEAN cities yesterday, and I'm looking forward to see how those implication is being done in Indonesia this afternoon, because it's really, for myself, it's a great opportunity to learn the insight from the local and then develop my study further. Thank you so much for listening, and then, yep, please participate in the survey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. It's very huge concept of green, smart city and infrastructure. It's kind of a little bit more unique to every cities, and you come here is a very good way to know our culture, to know our people and everything, to start a new thinking or maybe new framework of that green smart infrastructure. Thank you. We'll move to the last speaker of this morning sessions. Please welcome Ms. Herang.
Oke, selamat siang. I'm Hirak Lee from the master students from Seoul National University, and thank you for giving me a huge opportunity to present my ongoing research. And my research area is kind of climate crisis and environmental. So today I'd like to share my ongoing research titled Circular Economy Transition, a Dynamic Modeling Approach Based on the National Policy Factors. I know you guys may be hungry, so I'm the last presenter of the morning session, so pay attention a little bit more, please. And this is today's table of the contents. Let me begin with the introduction. Everyone can see this picture. I took this picture maybe 2 days ago in Lombok, and at the time the cutie dog was eating the food in the abandoned plastic bag. So at the time I felt very sad because the beautiful beach was spoiled by waste, and that affected to the animals too. So I felt very sorry. And as you can see that this photo, we can all agree that the waste problem that has become extremely serious. Like this, waste problem can affect on various areas such as economic cost, ecosystem, human health, and landfill, and so on. Through this, we easily thought that the waste is very bad things, but today I want to propose a different view on the waste. That is, waste is a resource that has been used once and then discarded. In this sense, I'd like to emphasize that the waste has to be used once again. And this is kind of evidence that shows the importance of these things. UN SDG, they also emphasize responsible consumption and production as a major strategy. But until now, the flow of waste or resource has been considered as linear economy model. That is, when we take the resource and make some product and use them and just dispose, and then it causes the huge waste problem. But now we need to transition to a new paradigm, that is the circular economy, that is a closed loop flow of resource. And these slides talk about the effectiveness of the circular economy. This graph shows the decoupling between the resource consumption and economic growth. It means, and when we have a proper waste policy, we can reduce the waste, the lower graph, and while growing up the economy, the upper part. Wow, isn't it beautiful? I know the success of this strategy is quite difficult, but we are the great researcher, and so I trust we can handle it by studying. Then, what kinds of theories have been used to analyze the effectiveness of circular economy so far? I'm gonna share the 4 theory the previous study was conducted. First one is Let's briefly define the circular economy again. This refers an economic system that minimizes resource by using circulating products and materials, some kind of resource. And it aims for a closed resource circulation structure centered on reuse, manufacturing, and recycling. And the other one relevant theory is the integrated ecological economic model, that is IEEM. Actually, the circular economy has various aspects, that is ecology, industry, and human. You might think, isn't it very complex? So IEEM focuses on introducing economic optimization method into ecological models. It could reflect the microecological details. And another concept is planetary boundaries theory. It presents the areas that must be preserved for the sustainable development of mankind. And those graphs shows the 9 areas that should be preserved, and this is the concept that reinforces the need of circular economy. Through this, we can distinguish which areas could be controlled by circular economy. The last theory is system dynamics, and it is a methodology to implement all previous 3 theories by using stock, flow, and internal feedback loops to understand nonlinear behavior of complex circular economy system with functions and time delays. It is mathematical methodology. So based on these theories, I like to propose my following research. In the previous research, that applying IEEM to circular economy was fair to recognize microeconomic perspective. Therefore, I'd like to apply the IEEM model to the circular economy in a way that captures circular economic performance of industry and the impact of environmental policy across the nation. Thus, my main research question is, what is the impact of environmental policy on industrial structure and circular economy performance? This is the basic structure of the original IEEM modeling. Wow, as I said already, isn't it very complex? The top part is kind of resourceful, and middle part is ecological interaction between agriculture, herbivores, and carnivores. And this part means the yellow part means the human consumption. And finally, after all this, waste goes to the inaccessible resourceful, the lower part, and IEEM calculates this all flow. Here is how adapted the IEEM model to the circular economy. I reorganized the interaction of ecology system as a industry, and they divided into the traditional industry and circular economy industry. And traditional industry make a product by using resource pool and energy, and people consume that traditional industry, and after that the waste can be discarded or goes to the circular economy industry. It shows the circularity. And to verify my hypothesis, I add one more variable, that is the red line, the environmental policy part. This allows us to assess the impact of environmental policy to circular economy. So let me explain more details. The data I collected are shown here. Most of data are collected from the US environmental policy Agency and OECD. And this is kind of mathematical solution. You might feel kind of difficult. The point is, according to the previous study, the internal flow of circular economy is affected by circular efficiency, the eta one. But this, in the previous study, the efficiency was constant, not varies over time. So my hypothesis is the circular efficiency changes over time, and it is influenced by national factors such as GDP, fertility rate, urbanization, environmental taxes, R&D, and policy. So I make the formula like this. Therefore, my expected results are as follow. Circular economy performance varies across the country, and the policy intervention will act a key variable, and difference before and after policy will be very large. So this is the summary, but I like to share my personal feelings. I'm a person who has a lot of concern on environmental problem and planning. Nowadays, our planning is extremely polluted, and I'm so sad all about things. So if you give attention a little bit more on the environmental problem, it will be solved in the future. It will be very helpful to solve this problem. So this is the end of my presentation. 감사합니다.
Yeah, thank you, Rek. Yeah, it's very important to develop or think about again. I put some science there to separate the waste. I print it by myself and I put it by myself. And one day, everyone's put in the same in a correct place. But after that, it starts to build up again without separating the waste. So I think I want to discuss with you, my students, later about that, how it can happen and how is the solutions. I want you to think about that. So here we have our speakers will talk about that and how maybe Korean sides doing that and what we can learn from that. Yep. Thank you, all of the speaker. Now we are going to move on to the Q&A session. So if you guys have any things to issue to talk with, or questions, or inputs or something. Yep. Jay.
Check. Hello everyone. Once again, I am Jay from the Informatics Engineering of University of Mataram, and I would like to give my appreciation to all the presenters who have presented their insightful findings. But I want to ask to the second presenter. So, as someone from Indonesia myself, where it is a country vastly made up of thousands of islands and cultures, I've been thinking a lot of how AI might shape our sense of identity and connections. I find your research very insightful. Even the relatively ethical XAI often struggles to build trust, whereas the emotionally persuasive or deceptive AI, like the doppelganger, can sometimes feel more relatable to people, therefore easily trusted. So, in culturally diverse regions like Indonesia, or even the vulnerable nations like Tuvalu, where they move online as sea levels rise, which of the two countries' contexts are more likely to benefit or be at risk from this AI-powered digital archipelago concept? Thank you.
So would you clarify the question in one sentence?
I find two different contexts here. The first one is Indonesia, that has many different the diverse cultures and the diverse cultures, and another one is Tuvalu, where they are currently sinking as the sea levels rise. So, in summary, which of these two countries would benefit from the digital archipelago concept?
Oh,
Archipelago.
Yeah, I think he want
archipelago.
to hear about more about digital archipelago that maybe you can propose.
Okay, yeah. Oh, actually, so I mentioned archipelago, but it is like more abstract concept, not like geographical concept. So keep that in mind. And I haven't think about so preserving unique culture for future evolution of innovation and cultural diversity, but I don't think in this right now point, I don't say anything about which country can be beneficial for this kind of ethical design of AI, but probably I think it would be beneficial for vulnerable and very small network that can be disrupted easily because there is no resilient power inside. So I think if we can go to this direction, I think there will be enough protection for what you said. Okay, and my presentation is very very abbreviated and summarized version. So if you are interested, I can send you an email.
Oh, yeah.
About like full article. Like
Yeah.
you can delve into and find other references for your raising your research interest. Yeah, and you are related major, right?
Yeah,
So.
I am. That will be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Jake. I think that's a very good question, and also the answer was very appropriate. What you mentioned is actually on our AI side or the digital side, and then probably you use this one as a kind of new thing, right? Or technology innovation, right? And either other side you see in a country or the side it's a culture, right? Every society has a culture. And changing culture is not easy. Main reason is culture is very related to the languages and our daily life. So we know learning language is not an easy thing, right? Well, technology is much easier compared to the language you speak different languages, right? So that's why we adopt the technology much easier, right? And also that is greatness of that. But always, which country or education system or learning system are ready to have the people to adopt the different language easily, or they have a learning capability, use the language, right? There are many ways. You provide the environment that people can speak any languages. Or you provide the environment where, like us, you speak English, right? So how much of the society is open to the language, okay, and the book and other thinking. So openness of the society, or openness of the university, openness of the center, openness of the religion, openness of the politics, openness of the family, openness of myself are the beginning on the learning procedure. If those open-minded people would be able to speak different languages much better. And that is what we say in the university, the knowledge will, or the truth will let you be free. This is all about the openness. So the reason we started information technology in University Mataram by this holy faculty member of UNAM was because of our openness. In the beginning, electrical engineering faculty all say, oh, that is part of our sense. So, but many people think, no, now we can open it, and then there's a great support and agreement that this one. Finally, as you know, digital and IT doesn't belong to one thing. IT is in business, IT is in, right? So such openness, I believe, S-Cube Center, especially digital transformation program or intelligence transformation program, pilot program will be open for undergraduate here by Ida and also Ida and Agus, will be probably giving you a chance you can learn the new languages. Maybe in my first day, I already promised you to learn about the Korean languages, right? But once you learn the Korean language, and then it's easier for you to learn another language, AI other, okay? So once I speak English, I now speak many other languages. That's why you hear many other sound, okay? Some of those are religious other, but we are open, okay? So I believe that is a sense. If we don't open, our brain is not making very accurate. But if we open, the muscle of our brain become very, very well, right? You know what is good muscle, right? Not just big, right? In bodybuilding, what the people see, right? Like that. So I think we have to be, we university as the one are teaching you such kind of sword. Yeah, science, IT. IT is most accurate science because invisible thing, data, right? Science, right? At the same time, not only science, making those to connect or open the door, key. Okay, in Korean language, is there anyone who speaks Korean language? Could learn? No one? How come the S-Cube Center provide a lot of Korean languages? Who's learning Korean language then? The people outside?
Yeah, open.
Why you? I'm sorry, I will come and teach you. Okay? This Korean language is not for the people outside. This is for you. Oh, the Sami gave up scholars for this one. I'm sorry, this is not for the tourist. Okay? This is for you. I'm going to tell the S-Cube and then don't do that anymore. Unnam students should learn. Okay? It was intended to give you the scholar or the language. Okay? In Korean, KAL is Korean airline, but also KAL is sword. Okay? Sword. The real sword is wisdom for the knowledge, right? Sword. Our speaking. And key, called key. Key is key. Korea, Indonesia. Okay? I will give you the key. Or we can make a key and call. Protect our golden rock roof of our temple. I believe we will be a great defender of golden rock temple who we call holy. And I will give you the call and key. Okay? God never allowed the destroyer. Destroyers are from the army. I think the university should provide information technology and IT and using that intelligence and technology for peaceful use of it. So in a sense that what's say starting small, then it's S cube. Starting small, that means unnam. Okay? But unnam is the beginning place, and S cube beginning place. The seed. Okay, it is seed. S cube, SC, it's a C. In Korean, it is seed. Same meaning. C. And C is also the meaning of family name, root. It is very good meaning. I hope you understand, because by doing so, you can have a very imagination, a lot of inspiration, and make a creative idea. I believe AI and digital and IT, and also digitology, you maybe receive the Bahasa. This is all about thinking, creative thinking for us to bring the solution to the problem what we are facing for the sustainability. And these PhD students are learning the creative thinking to become a professor, right? These days, who's taking care of the technology and the knowledge? Professor. That's why. But I want your key, okay? But key in other way is the height. I want you in Korean, key, height. That's the symbol of the growth, right? Symbol of Sasak and symbol of Indonesia, symbol of humanity. The key, I hope our height grow forever. That is forever, intelligent, revolution, education, fire. Okay? Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Professor Wang, for adding the answer. So I think because it's limited with time, I want to have another two questions. One is for waste management. So can Sujin and Hira can answer. And the other things is for, I think, related to green, sustainable infrastructure. Yes, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasmine and I want to ask a question for Ms. Sujin Park. And my question is investing in waste processing technology worthwhile before issues of sanitation, such as prioritizing basic infrastructure for waste collection, sorting and treatment at the community and municipal levels are resolved in developing countries? There is especially relevant since basic sanitation systems may already exist, but their implementation within communities is often still ineffective. Thank you. That's the question.
Thank you for your question. I think the main point is regulation, because the slow transition is mostly because of money and system problem. Many developing countries do not have good recycling centers or proper waste collection service, and they also do not invest enough investment. And for example, in Malaysia, local councils collect household waste, and the national ministry makes the main rules, and private comparison like SWC Corporation, management recycling and landfills. So a diverse regulation and diverse responsibility of ministry, it is one of barrier of developing countries recycling or reusing 3R policies. So it is hard for them to work together and make fast progress toward a circular economy. That's it. I hope my answer is helpful to you. And if you have any other question, anywhere and anytime you can send me on an email and we can discuss it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sujin. Yeah, the bottom up to approach is also instead of like besides the policy, bottom up approach from the community also needs. Yeah, this is the big problem for us. So if you want to join us in Escape Center, we want to fight for this waste management. If you want to do that, you can come to Escape Center and we will fight together on that. This is a really big problem for us. Yeah, thank you. Another?
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Nurul Kabizahrani and I'm from Informatics Engineering. And thank you so much for your presentation. It was really insightful. So I would like to ask the fourth speaker, Mrs. Lee. So as you mentioned earlier, Lombok is rich of biodiversity, right? So especially its coral reef. However, many visitors leave trash on the beaches, as you mentioned earlier. So which poses a serious threat to marine life. And some of the waste also come from small local restaurants that run by indigenous communities. So do you have any suggestion for small-scale circular economy initiative that these communities could adopt by recycling or repurposing their waste? And how can we as outsiders can give the best support for them in this effort? Thank you.
Thank you for Yani, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your asking. Actually, 3 days ago, when I walk around the Gili Island, I realized that it would be very helpful to give on proper waste management and circular economy policy from the beginning, like this small island, because it is quite different from the city things, because city or very developed country has already very proper or powerful regulations. But I think, I don't know exactly, but I thought, just imagine, maybe small island has little regulation, right? I don't know exactly. So I felt that from the beginning of the small city, small island, we should proper policy from the beginning. Yes, I'm sorry, I cannot imagine the example of the policy right now, but so we discuss later. So feel free to reach out to my email. And she would like to add some.
Can I add one comment? Do you know Bank Sampa? Sampa, right? Yes, I think it is one of the good way for waste management in community. So actually, I also ask you during 1 month, how much you can pay for bank Sampa? Yeah. Bank Sampa.
Bank Sampah. Yeah, bank.
How much you can pay for bank Sampa in your side?
In my place, it costs around 25K in rupiah. Yeah.
25K rupiah, right? Thank you.
Okay.
It's around 2050, around that in 2051. Yeah, 2,500 won. Yeah, something around that. yeah, the fee for waste management, the fee for waste management, right? Yeah, I want to also do this in Escape Center. We want to put some economics values inside of this system dynamic model. So we want to let the family or household know that if they reuse or recycle or make compost on their waste, it can have economic values in this. So they can know that they can save this money, or they can have produce this money to. Yeah, we want to make something of that, so we can introduce to every household that if they are doing this waste management right, it's also economic benefits inside, something like that.
My framework is still in the early stage, but one of the reasons why I putting the emphasis on the citizen-centered decision making is because we as an individual must understand the mission of sustainability. So if the one. Sorry, I forgot your name, but the problem that you mentioned, from the local business, they should understand about the circular economy, and this cannot be achieved by just the top down, the government level. That's why we need a consensus from the citizens, and when they are committed to keep this beautiful island clean, then they'll find the way that's most benefits to them, because each island or each different country have a different situation. So there's no holistic model that can be applied to everywhere in the world. You just have to find a way that can be adaptive. That's why the framework that I'm suggesting, it's more of adaptive, integrated, but you will have to adapt to your local model. Then to that you need, as a student, you have a mission to spread the world and spread the knowledge to be as sustainable as a citizen.
I can give a little comment.
Yeah, please, Professor Wong.
I actually learned yesterday in Indonesia, actually religion is responsibility, right? You cannot say I don't have a religion, right? That's actually very good. So using our national system, but as I know the religion we have in Indonesia, that there's actually God or the nature. These are all created, right? With holiness, right? These are all created, right? With holiness. So instead of using the money, whatever, right? Anyway, it is a religious duty, right? To keep the holy created one. I believe that teaching, I'm not sure education is responsibility now or giving all possible to a university. I think also I believe if I become a president, I want to actually make a university as a must, and also government support whole scholarship, right? That is because humans are very important. The first thing you should do. But if that is too costly, if we cannot do, if we are talking about waste management, those are all waste next to me, and those waste are coming from me anyway, right? So then, let us practice our religion and interpret, see whether it should be the must or not. From my point of view, if we go back to Quran scripture, if we go back to the scripture of Buddhism or Hinduism, if you go back to religious, Catholic, all right? All things about God and created one, Brahma, right? Allah, right? And created one should be managed by whom? Human. That's why I don't think we need the money, but we need to think. That's why I believe if we voluntarily do religious practice in Unnam, by our student, by our faculty member, this is our house. This is our island, right? Let us do it. Secondly, for those do not have a religion, or for those traveler not living, if they are, thrown away, they have to pay. Understand? I think we don't need to pay, but we should not throw away. For that reason, I really want to talk to the religious leader in this country, especially your leader in Sasak, and see whether we can make this one, right, as a religious teaching. From the point of my heart, I think if you are the father, if you are the people, or you are the owner of Lombok and Sasak and this religion, I think we should practice it. We don't need the money, but it starts from the human. I believe we have a great system, responsibility to have a religion. Let us use this great our faith, right, to take care of. I think this is the worship, what we should do. If we don't do this worship, no other worship is meaningful, right? If we don't do this one, no other time of our, how many times doesn't mean anything. I feel that. That is my teaching from the thought of professor and from the thought of father of 4 children. I hope we use our system. Because you are the owner of this system, you pay the tax to the government, or you give an offering to the churches and to the temple, right? Then you can make the law. Please, young generation, you are the owner of the country. You are the owner of the city. I believe this should be. True obedience is obeying to God, not to the law. By the obedience to God, we can create the law like a Maudi, like a Kaki, like all our ancestors, right? Why that obedience and making law is not given to Matza, millennial and J generation and A plus generation, right? Born from 1980s until 2025. Let us do that. I think as a professor, I want to give you the right to make the law, okay? Religious law, right? We don't need the money, but we will do offering. We will do the thing, right? Not throwing, make it. And forever foreigner, we welcome the tourists, but follow the law of us. Otherwise, you have to pay 10 times at the cost of that. I think that is holy society. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wang, for adding. So by that, I think the time is up. So thank you very much for all speakers today. You've been very wonderful and give us a lot of insights. And thank you everyone for coming. I will close this session with more fire. Come on. Woo! Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you for all our presenter for the invaluable insight. Thank you, Mr. Iwayan Agus Arimbawa, STM Engineering PhD, for your help as our moderator in this morning session. We look forward to your continued role in the afternoon session.
Distinguished audiences, now we'll be entering the lunch break. The lunch break will begin now, and the program will continue with the afternoon session at 1 p.m.
As we approach the break, we kindly invite all esteemed guests to enjoy lunch at room A302. Meanwhile, lunch will be available to all conference participants at the registration area.
We hope you enjoy your meal and we look forward to welcoming you back in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch break has now concluded and we are ready to begin the afternoon session.
The session will feature a series of presentations from our outstanding speakers. We are also pleased to welcome back our moderator, Mr. Iwayan Agus Arimbawa, STM Engineering PhD, who will continue to guide us through this afternoon's discussion. To Mr. Agus, the session is yours.
Yep. Thank you, MC. So we are about to begin our afternoon sessions of ITPP alumni gathering. So the first presenter will be Dr. Budi Setiawan. He is the alumni of ITPP. He is the CTO, Chief Technology Officer at PT Datindo Infonet Prima Indonesia, which will present title of AI guided carbon accounting and sustainability reporting system to support green development. So after Dr. Budi will be Mr. Hertadi Iman Santoso. He is advisor at LSP END Logistic Indonesia, will be presenting online with the title of Comprehensive Model Entrepreneurial Leadership and Learning Organizations, the case of state-owned enterprise in Indonesia. The third presenter will be Dr. Yuri Olivia Yumal. Dr. Yuri is a policy analyst at the Ministry of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform, Republic of Indonesia, will be also presenting online with the title of Inclusive Digital Transformations in Smart Cities, Integrating Social Equity, Technology Innovations, and Policy Design. So without further ado, we will start our session today with the first presenter. I will give it to Dr. Budi Setiawan. The time is yours, Dr. Budi. Please give applause.
Thank you, Dr. Agus. Okay, thank you. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank to Professor Huang and Mataram University, all of the faculty members for this opportunity that allowed me to share about the idea how we can use AI in our use case, and also how to support the green development using any that we can support for the development of in environment technology. So first of all, since I know maybe some of you, this is really hard time because it's in the afternoon, right? So I just want to show you the real implementation of AI. Please, if I may. Yeah, the website. Yeah. Why we talk about the AI guided? Many of you may be already familiar with using AI. Especially, I do believe that all of you ever try using the AI such as ChatGPT or something else. But what I try to implement right now is how can we use the AI to support our system? So not only supporting behind the system, which means in the back end, but also in the front end, in the user interface. So if you see in here, there is chat with e-environment, we call it the EN. This is the AI guided system that when you enter to the system, and I know some of you may be not familiar with how we can use the software, then what we try to put in here is just we will give you a guidance like an expert to guide you how to use the system and how you can understand easily about the concept of ESG or the concept of carbon accounting, which is maybe you are not familiar yet, but you still can use the software to do what you want. So for example, in this case, you can ask something. If you can show it as, for example, there is. I want to know how can I generate a carbon accounting for my company. In this case, we can just type in here, please generate activity for the emission carbon for my company, and then the AI will show it you and will guide you. They will say like, okay, you just follow this step, and then you can just add the activity, and you can just click it, and it will go to the menu in the system, in the software. And as the system, like you have a partner that can guide you through the system. So this is the use case of AI. Please, if you can click the timer, yeah, that one. Yeah, so you can see here, this one actually is not a menu that already generated, but this one is AI generated menu. So what makes this system is different with other systems? Usually we design the system, we design the menu, we design the process, but this one is using the AI who will guide you through the system until the end of the process. So it's like you have a friend to talk to. Even if you don't know the meaning of this something related to this software, you can just type it on the right side. I don't know what's the meaning of this, and then the AI will explain to you. So that's the way we use AI to help us to implement and guide our system. So this is just my introduction, so that hopefully you already awake enough for something in my presentation. Okay, please, we can go to the presentation. Yeah. Talking about the carbon accounting or carbon management system, or talking about the ESG reporting system, maybe some of you already familiar with, or some of you still not familiar with. But, okay, next please. Sorry. Yeah. So we face the growing challenge, especially for any multinational company which already operate in Indonesia or already operated related to the European country. They facing that they have to maintain the system for the reporting of ESG. If some of you doesn't know what ESG means, then you can just easily ask the AI or easily search in Google. But anyway, we talk about the environment and social and governance reporting system in here. How we can use the AI to support this kind of reporting system? Actually, one of our goal for this solution. So all of us may be familiar with large language model, thanks to ChatGPT and DeepSeek or OpenAI, which make this kind of understanding even for people that they don't have enough information technology knowledge. They can use the AI. But again, we have to positioning them as a tools to help us. So not only as a tool for just for fun, like what we Indonesian people usually do, just we make the photo and we make the image. I think that's something that good for you to create awareness of the using of AI. But what more important is how we can use this AI to help us to be more productive. So the key in here is how we can innovate using something that already provide for us, and we can use it in our daily life, or we can use it in our work. So yeah, basically that's the idea of this AI guided. Oh, sorry. Yeah, back to the introduction that I already mentioned. Currently, people, if they make the report about the ESG, they do it manually. Even me as a consultant for some companies, that we have to create ESG report manually due to the limitation of data availability and due to the limitation of understanding, what we found from the studies, the key of the success key factor that affected the ESG report for the company actually rely heavily to the top management concern. That's the first one. The second one, of course, about the economical issue, about return on investment. So those kind of concern that we face during this implementation, then how we can use the idea of using the AI effectively across the key areas. So what we see in here, since we developed the carbon accounting system, we see that 5 key areas that we try to solve about the problem. First one related to the reporting, and this one is I just show it to you. About the second one about accounting. So how can we count the carbon that we use in our company or in our organization, such as in here in Mataram University? For example, you can count even the carbon, the number of light that we use right now in this meeting room, or the number of carbon that carbon emission because of the using of air conditioning, the AC. Then we can put it in our system, and maybe you can imagine that this is like a one small room or one room. But can you imagine that in Mataram University maybe has like 10 or even 100 of room like this, right? Yeah, I think so. Even like the classroom. Then you have to multiply each of using carbon emission from this kind of device. So the using of carbon accounting system is how we can manage each of carbon source. So that's the problem of carbon accounting, and we have to manage the implementation for reducing the carbon. For example, how we can use more efficient lighting system or more efficient air conditioning system that we can put in our action to reduce the carbon emission. And the other one is related to the carbon credit itself. In Indonesia, maybe it's not big issue yet, but in European company, they got the carbon tax, so they have to pay related to the carbon. And if you can imagine about the number and the different impact of the carbon tax, for example, like 1 ton CO2 equivalent in European right now, it costs like 50 euro. But in Indonesia right now, we sell 1 ton carbon equivalent reducing emission only about $4 to $5. So you can see the gap. In Indonesia, still considered very cheap, but in Europe you have to pay the tax very high. So that's the reason why many European companies, they try to buy the carbon reduction emission certificate from other country in order to reduce their obligation to pay the carbon tax to their country. And actually, Indonesian government already aware of this. That's why 3 years ago, the Minister of Forestry, she tried to stop the greenwashing. So she wants to maintain about how we can fulfill our obligation first in terms of carbon emission reduction as a nation. But what actually we miss is we can earn some fund from this selling the carbon reduction in order to fulfill our need to develop our country. So the number, like maybe you remember few years ago, our previous president mentioned about thousands of trillion rupiah that can be earned from the carbon trading or carbon footprint. But it didn't come yet to the reality because we didn't see this as opportunity. So back again to about the system that I want to talk today. We face that, of course, problem of data. everybody, I think, facing similar problem about the data accuracy. So this is what we face right now. And I do believe not only in Indonesia, but also in other countries, they also facing the similar problem. And changing regulation, maybe that's one of the biggest problem in Indonesia. Like the previous government not allowed to sell the carbon credit, but the current government allowed to sell. Even the previous president, during the president SBY, it's allowed to sell, but during the end of the era of President Jokowi, it closed, and now open again by President Prabowo. So this is kind of a changing regulation. So it's become like a kind of burden for people who do in this sector. And yes, in terms of Indonesia, still we talk about the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 for the carbon emission calculation system. The scope 3 is not mandatory yet, so we call it still voluntary. It means you can count it or you will not count it. It depends on what the government regulation. But scope 3 is the biggest one in terms of carbon calculation actually. If it's still voluntary, then people not being encouraged to do this real carbon calculation. So that's also one of the problematic issue. And also counting the scope 3 actually is really problematic because it's really complex. Let me go through the what we use right now, the AI. Yeah, the one that you saw in the beginning of this presentation, actually the one that we use, the LLM, using the current model that already available in the market. So what I do is just I put this model and I get this model and I put it in my system and I use it to support the software. Not only just now you see in using for the user interface, but also in the back-end process, like the choosing of carbon factor. So you didn't see it, you don't see it because it's like in the back-end process. But this AI, they help us to choose which carbon factor is suitable for us, for our business, for our company. So this is the use of AI in the system. And the other one that right now we are doing, we create like, how can AI assist us to develop the ESG report? If you ask about why I jump into the AI to use ESG report, one company, they can spend like billion of rupiah in order to create this report because the complexity of the report. So if I can help them using the AI, I hope it can reduce the cost, and which means if the cost is lower, many companies will follow this step. If many companies follow this step, it means many people will follow about the ESG reporting system, and which means more and better organization, government, and more and better environment impact will be. So that's the reason why we use this AI for the ESG report. And as I already mentioned before, this is about the how we can use the AI to enhance about the carbon accounting. First, we can use this for the real-time carbon emission monitoring. So later on I will show you how we can use it. But using the machine learning algorithm, we can identify about the pattern, about the pattern, and detect the inefficiency. So for example, like this one, of course this one is suitable for us and also comfortable for us in this room because of the temperature, the control, because of the enough light for us to stay in the room. But there are some ways that we can use AI to monitor about the impact of the using of this kind of resources, electricity, that can reduce the impact, the carbon impact of the using of this kind of tools or device. And the other one is about the supply chain of emission intelligence itself and the life cycle. This one is quite challenging, life cycle assessment automation. Maybe right now the Indonesian government try to push this, that LCA is kind of mandatory for certain industry, such as for the manufacturing, chemical manufacturing, and LCA and the other industry. So we can use AI actually to help all of this action or all of this practice to count the life cycle assessment of the product. And last but not least, about the carbon accounting accuracy enhancement, of course this one we can use AI to help this. The other thing we can use the AI is to power about the sustainable reporting. This is I already mentioned before. Hopefully we can automate the data collection, and we can go like using the AI technology, using the MCP, we can go the agent. The agent goes directly to the ERP system or to the database, and they can collect this autonomously, and they can support us in creating the reporting. And it will goes to the intelligent report generation, which means none of the people involved in the development of the reporting. And of course we can use the AI for the materiality assessment. This one is quite challenging when we do the ESG report for the company. And about the compliance, actually, compliance monitoring and assurance. So for your information right now, all of the public company in Indonesia already has the obligation to publish the ESG report. So you can easily to check whether what they do in their company. Yeah, and some of the capabilities that we use right now about the predictive scenario analysis, we use it for the carbon accounting, and we use it for the methodology chosen and collaborative multi-agent. This one especially related to the ESG report. And of course, just now, as you can see, the prompt is like similar, like when you do the prompt comment in ChatGPT or in others. It's similar like you talk to someone. So the conversational AI for this stakeholder engagement is quite useful for us. And of course, about the autonomous monitoring and response, it will be useful for the company. Yeah, this is what I mentioned before. As you are the student of engineering, we have a lot of chance to implement this AI for the related to the environment and to help about the green development in our current expertise. Some of it, like you can see the using the IoT or sensor, or just now maybe you can use to support some communities that they try to plan the kind of what Dr. Agus use nama tanamannya? Mangrove, yeah. Some of your communities already plant the mangrove, so you can use it to support this one. And how we can document it about this mangrove in conservation in Mataram or in Lombok. It will be good if we can implement this framework of AI to support. So even you don't have to think like which one I want to do first. Just choose one of this topic, then you can make it your study, and voila, then you can already become one of the AI solution engineer. Yeah, this is the one that I mentioned before, that one of the key issues for the management of the company is about the measuring of the success and return on investment. So of course, by using this kind of system solution that I try to build with my team, we can easily to measure the success, because the way you count And the way you measure about the carbon emission reduction is like you can see easily in the dashboard. So each year, dashboard will show it you the progress of your action to support the environment development. Yeah. Sorry. Conclusion for today. Okay. Yeah. Conclusion. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So this is my last slide. So about this presentation. Of course, we show it about the transformative potential of AI in order to support our study. It's a game changer actually for the environment, social and governance and carbon management. And second one, early adoption is advantageous for us. Because I start this project like 2 years ago, which is almost the same time with Indonesian IDX carbon started 2 years ago on August. So I still remember the date is like 26th of August 2023. That's the first day of Indonesian carbon market started. So this project actually started before that one. But we adopt the AI actually just like 1 year ago. We tried to put AI on it. And yes, we hope we will be the one of the kind of system that can lead and shape for the future in terms of using of AI for the environment support. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Budi, for your very insightful presentation. So, yep, hopefully it will bring us more project for the environment. I sent my CEO of my foundation. You should ask rather, okay? Ask Dr. Budi about that. So, for the second presenter will be Pak Hertadi Imam Santoso. Are you with us, Pak Hertadi?
Yes, Pak Agus.
Okay, thank you, Pak. So I would like you to present your presentation. Please start.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agus. My voice is clear enough? Okay.
Yes, clear.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, dear distinguished Professor and Professor Wang, respected academic and colleagues. It is a privilege and honor to speak in this conference today. So I will start my presentation about comprehensive model, entrepreneurial leadership and learning organization, the case of state-owned enterprise in Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I will start my presentation with about Indonesia. Indonesia, as the only Southeast Asia country in the G20, holds a unique position in the global economy. This membership highlights Indonesia growing influence, even though in economic scale is still modest compared to global power like the United States, China, or Germany. One of Indonesia's key contributions to the G20 is its active participation in promoting financial inclusion, particularly through financial technology or fintech. So for the expanding access to financial service for low-income communities. There are three major challenges that must be addressed to enhance Indonesia's global competitiveness. First, structural reforms to strengthen infrastructure, streamline regulation, and combat corruption. And second, digital economic transformation, like encouraging technology adoption and fostering innovation-based industries. And the third is human capital development, like improving education, vocational skills, and workforce readiness for global competition. Next slide, please. So, Today, I would like to share a case study that reflects these challenges at the organization level. My focus research in Post Indonesia as a state-owned enterprise with a long-standing legacy in postal and logistics services. For decades, Post Indonesia play a dominant player in the national courier sector. However, with the rise private competitors such as GNE, this is a private company, and GNT Express also private, and Si Cepat. Coupled with rapid growth of e-commerce, Post Indonesia faced significant market pressure. To address this, Post Indonesia undertook several key transformation initiatives, including digitalization of services, strategic partnership with e-commerce platform, expansion of logistic capabilities, and the last is revitalization of infrastructure and human resources. Despite this effort, challenges related to organizational performance and sustainability remain, particularly those linked to human capital and leadership effectiveness. Next, please. We can see from the graph the productivity of the human capital in 3 years. Mostly we can say is in steady number, but we can see in the next graph, we can see here the performance of the company is decreased. Means there is a problem, not because of the economic situation issue, but also internal issue. So in my research, we are trying to find out this internal issue, like probably leadership that is relate to the human capital productivity. So next, please. So what is the objective of the study? This research examines how leadership can inspire employees and drive company performance. We emphasize that ignoring human resource for performance issue can harm the company productivity, competitiveness, and long-term survival. What we can find here, a critical finding in our study, is the low level of learning organization within Post Indonesia, largely influenced by leadership factor. This weaken both productivity and market orientation, putting the company future at the risk. Our objective is clear: develop a learning organization and then supported by effective leadership. By applying this integrated model consistently, Post Indonesia can strengthen both in productivity and sustainability. So for the next slide, please. We can see here what is the to make all of us can easily to understand. First is the entrepreneurial leadership. What is the entrepreneurial leadership? Is we divide into kind of leadership: transformation and also transactional. You can see here the transformation is like they can create a business creation and also good in business communication and innovative work behavior. For the transactional leadership, just like a clear structure, reward and punishment, efficiency and productivity, and also always depend on hierarchy and also less innovation. So we find out the research from the kind of entrepreneurial leadership first, and then what they give like perform to the leadership of the organization for all the human capital in the organization. So from the network activity, we can see here there are 4 factors like relationship, interaction, share information, and collaboration. And the factor of the leadership can what to say is like produce like a corporate culture and also employee and then impact to employee engagement. We are in the state-owned, we call it value is like akhlak. This is from the government. That is called government for the BUMN, like a state-owned enterprise. They set as called akhlak. And then leadership style, participative, like innovation, and the rules for the corporate culture. And impact to employee engagement is like motivation, job satisfaction, and organizational commitment, and also work involvement. This is also a box for the learning organization. And all of this human capital will impact to market orientation, like corporate performance, the financial performance, operational performance, market performance, and also employee and performance, like productivity, engagement, and talent development. So we can say here, for the entrepreneurial leadership, we divide the first I said about transformation leadership and transactional, and this impact of the leadership will be deficiency and weak learning organization practice have become a critical factor that negatively impact potential productivity and long-term sustainability, especially in highly competitive market. So for the next slide, please. We come up with our research hypothesis. This is because of this is still ongoing research. So we get this hypothesis, three hypotheses. Entrepreneurial leadership positively impact networking activity. And the second hypothesis, leadership positively impact to corporate culture. And the third hypothesis is corporate culture positively impact to employee engagement. This is what our first step. And then for the next, we will expand to the impact to the company performance. Okay, next please. For the research methodology, we conducted a quantitative study. We have provide a questionnaire with a Likert scale and then purposive sampling to select respondents fitting specific criteria, and first order reflective construct analysis to ensure validity and reliability. Structural equation modeling for hypothesis testing. So once all the research items are validated, structural model analysis can be conducted by the R-square value and evaluating the hypothesis derived from the path efficiency. Next, please. This is just the beginning of our conclusion. What we can say here from the conclusion that leadership is a critical driver of organizational performance, and market orientation and innovation are key to sustain competitiveness. So Pos Indonesia has to be good in the market so they can sustain for the competitiveness in the industry market. And then transformational and entrepreneurial leadership styles directly influence for the corporate culture and employee engagement. And the last is monitoring market trends and competitors is essential to sustain organizational growth and profitability. Currently, our ongoing research is further exploring how market orientation links to financial performance, as I said before. That is a vital insight for strategic decision-making within state-owned enterprise. The last slide, please. Okay. I hope this study offers meaningful insight for both academic discussion and practical application in leadership and organizational development. So, thank you for your kind attention. I look forward to your thoughts, questions, and engaging discussion after this presentation. Once again, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Ertadi, for your important presentations on leaderships, especially for entrepreneurial leadership. It's very important. So to the last presenter today, Dr. Yuri, are you with us?
Yes, Dr. Agus. It's
Yeah.
nice, really nice to meet you again.
Yeah, my sister Yuri. How are you doing?
Yes, everything is okay, I think.
Yes, glad to hear you back again. So please come again
Yeah.
to Lombok next time.
Yeah. I'm really a little bit sorry because the decision that I make is a little bit slow. If not, I
Uh-huh.
think I already in Lombok with you today. Yeah.
Yeah, we're expecting for that. Yeah, anyway, yeah, please start your presentations.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, I want to say it's a great honor for me to meet all of you in this meeting, in this conference. And I would like to say thank you to Professor Huang and also to GRC to give me this kind of opportunity. It's because it really a good opportunity for me after I come back to Indonesia to do everything about research is a very limited time for me, so I don't have enough when about the academics. Yeah, so it's really a great opportunity for me to join with you all today. And maybe my presentation not like the Pak Iman before. This is already academic, then oh my god, this is just like feel excited again. But yeah, I try to see
Thank you.
everything's from the side of the governments and more how to implement the digital transformation in the government itself. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. Greeting from Jakarta. My name is Yuri Olivia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My presentation about the inclusive digital transformation in smart city, integrating social equity, technology innovation, and policy design. The outline is next. The outline of my presentation will be how to be inclusive in the smart city and the sustainable innovation, policy design, and some of the benchmarking, and then conclusion. Next, please. The background of my presentation about this. It start everything the fourth industrial revolution powered by the convergence of artificial intelligence, the Internet of I think, or IoT, big data, robotics, and blockchain has become the driving force behind the digital transformation and smart city. Smart cities today leverage these technologies to create responsive, efficient, and citizen-focused urban systems. This revolution goes beyond mere technological upgrades. It enables cities to become more responsive, efficient, and citizen-centric by embedding intelligence into infrastructure, services, and governance system. But with this transformation comes responsibilities to ensure technology enhance inclusion, transparency, and social equity of all. Next. What is the inclusive smart city, or how to be inclusive? A smart city is not defined by how much tech is deployed, but by how fairly the tech serves its people. An inclusive smart city ensures that no one is left behind in the digital transformation. Why does inclusion matter? Because to make sure prevents digital exclusion. And then why? Because the smart city is not defined by how much technology it deploys, but by how fairly the tech serves its people. An inclusive smart city ensure that there's no one left behind. And also, we know that the smart city is a smart inclusion by design. We must embed inclusiveness into the DNA of every smart set we
Dr. Yuri, excuse me.
yeah, no.
I think we lost your connection.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I think no, it's still the slide before the previous slide, please. Okay. Okay, it's then how to make there is no one left behind. We must to make sure that the smart city from the beginning is inclusive of by design, and how to empower citizen participation, and how to make sure digital equity. It's mean, but during the inclusions, it must be the challenge that we face, especially digital iteration, and this not only happen in the only for emerging country like Indonesia. Also, developed country also face the same, but maybe the level of the digital iteration itself quite bit different. But it can be digital iteration and can be a very big challenge to provide cities to be inclusive. And then also public infrastructure, because we know is public infrastructure is the backbone or the foundation of the smart city itself, and how people to connect, because especially the cities not cannot guarantee all people get an access. And then also the inclusive in the smart city can be broader more. It's not only about the lack of physical way or mobility. It's more the inclusive about the spatial inclusion and social and also economic. So when we talk about the inclusive smart city, it can be inclusive more broad that we need to take care. Next slide. Then how to when we talk about a smart city, the technology itself can be the core of the smart city, but it must be sustained. While technology innovation is fundamental to developing smart cities that are inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. Emerging tools such as AI, the IoT, big data analytics, enable city to deliver smarter, more personalized public services, particularly for marginalized groups such as a person with disabilities, the elderly, the low-income population. However, true inclusivity goes beyond access. It demands long-term strategy to embed innovation into city planning, governance, and service delivery in ways that are scalable, adaptable, and ethically sound. Sustainable innovation means design systems that are not only technologically advanced, but also financially viable, environmentally responsible, and socially just. This requires continuous investment in digital infrastructure, community engagement, and institutional capacity to ensure that innovation remains inclusive, not just at launch, but over time. Only then can cities truly harness digital transformation to improve quality of life for all residents today in the future. Next slide. And actually this about the how then policy design can be also the core of the smart city governance in inclusive smart city. And because the digital is come from digital transformation, and then a government need to build the policy design, and then need to collaborate with the citizen participation. In the left side, that is like the Indonesian today also, we already have the digital transformation strategy and start from the digital public infrastructure. Yeah, it's still not about the smart city, but more about digital transformation and how the government use digital transformation to change everything to make sure today Indonesian people can connect and more get an access to all the governments. Next slide. Okay, in this presentation, actually, I got some benchmarking from some cities, like London, Barcelona, Singapore, and Toronto, and how they make the smart city inclusive for everyone, and how they focus, and then how to challenge, then how the inclusion of feature itself. Next. And then what we can learn from that some studies, we learned that citizen participation, social innovation, digital infrastructure, assistive technology, and data governance can be a key to play and to build the smart city that inclusive for everyone, that to make everyone, there is no one left behind, and be happy with the city that use technology, not only for education people or some part of person in the our society. We can see that Barcelona shows bottom-up cooperation as the essence co-creation in their smart city, and the London and Singapore still inclusive for the civic voice mechanism. And Barcelona also use the social innovation, the key point social innovation, how to empowerment through digital tools. Next. Next, and then I conclude all my presentation that the most important things when we talk about the inclusive smart city is inclusive smart city is a human center, not tech center. That's what maybe we are forgot everything about this, but because we only focus to the technology, not the human itself. But there is nothing important when we, if people who live in that city cannot feel how they connect with the tech itself. And also because when we say about the people today, it's not only about a human center, that we think what the kind of need of the person who live in city, but how to make they feel human in the city, or human best as a smart city. So we put people in the center, or at the highest level before the technology itself. So I can conclude that an inclusive smart city is not defined merely by its technological sophistication, but by its ability to ensure that every citizen, regardless of age, ability, income, or background, can benefit from digital transformation. Inclusiveness must be at the core of smart city design, not an afterthought. So it will be designed from the beginning. And then also citizen participation is foundational. An inclusive smart city is built with people, not just for them. This means actively involving communities in decision making through participatory platform, digital co-creation process, and local consultation. When citizens are empowered to set the tools and systems that they rely on, those system becomes more responsive, trusted, and equitable. And then last, universal access to technology is a non-negotiable condition. Connectivity, digital literacy, and access to devices must be guaranteed, especially for vulnerable groups such as older adult, person with disabilities, low-income household, and migrant. Without addressing these barriers, smart innovation risks becoming exclusive privilege. I think that's all from my presentation. I will give the time again to you, Dr. Agus. Thank you very much to listen to my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Yuri, for giving us insights, new insights on inclusivity and smart city is very important. Yeah, for next sessions, we will accept some question from you, from the audience, related to all of the three presenters. So, there is a question? Yeah. Who? Raise your hand, please. Oh yeah, one over there.
Thank you for the opportunity. Pak Budi, I want to ask, let me clear that, are you trading the carbon or just counting the carbon? Are you trading the carbon or just counting the carbon and help the company to sell the carbon?
Shall I ask?
Yeah.
Okay. In this case, our company doing both of it.
Because we know that the selling, get the surat la 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 and something in the selling carbon is very difficult.
Carbon, yeah,
I know that,
certificate.
is it worth it to company in 1 year, 2 year to start to sell the carbon, burn the money to all the bureaucracy and something to get the certified from the government? How can we get the simple rule or simple something to get to sell the carbon? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, selling carbon is quite challenging right now in Indonesia, but actually it's not as difficult like what we imagine if we already understand about the procedure of Indonesian government. So the first thing that you have to do is like you have to make kind of what we call DRAM, kind of in Indonesian language is Dokumen Rencana Aksi Mitigasi. So, and before that, if you have like kind of idea to develop this kind of carbon project, then you have to think like you become a developer. That I will create this kind of project in order to finally get this kind of carbon reduction emission certificate, something like that. And back again to the administrative thing that you asked, starting from creating DRAM, and then you have to create like each year report about we call it LCAM, Laporan Capaian Aksi Mitigasi, something like that. And after certain times, like 2 years, 3 years, maximum 4 years, then you can ask LVV. LVV is a kind of the one that got license from the government or from the carbon exchange in order to verify what you already done. So from your development plan until the one that you already done and you report it, and they will verify. What they do is just to check whether the methodology is the right one, and the second one whether the data is the right one, or whether the all of this information that you provide before is already valid enough, something like that. And then the LVV will give you a kind of report that okay, this project is allow it to go to the market, and then you will go to another website, what we call SRN. SRN is Sistem Registrasi Nasional, is Indonesian website for the how you can apply the certificate. And then after that you will have like we call it SRA, Sertifikasi Reduksi Emisi, which that one is after approved by the ministry. Before was Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Environment, but now since it's already spread, maybe it will deliver by Ministry of Environment. So after you got this certificate, then you can come to the Indonesian what we call IDX Carbon, Indonesian Stock Exchange, but for the carbon, and you can register to them in order to sell this kind of certificate. And then in the market itself, there are some methods that you can use. For the first one is just sell it as a in regular market. Second one is you want to like offering to only certain buyer. We call it negotiation market. Or the other one is like you can just exchange. So in the market there are I think 4 possibility for you to sell this kind of certificate. So basically in easy word, that's what I can explain to you. Is it answer your question?
Yeah, over it.
Is it worth it?
Okay. Is it worth it or not? For example, like if you do some program, like what I mentioned, Dr. Agus told me about mangrove. Mangrove actually is an obligation for us to keep it as environment program. So if you think like I do this kind of mangrove only to get for example, carbon certificate, then it will miss about the opportunity for us to create better environment. But if your purpose is, I want to develop mangrove in order to protect our land from sea abrasion, something like that, it means you already got the what you say, like the good things from this program, right? And then since this kind of programs, like, the Indonesian coastal line is very large. So can you imagine if, for example, like Mataram has this mangrove project, Bali has this mangrove project, Java has this mangrove project. If you multiply this project, before it's like before you just want to protect environment, but then you get the fund. But you already have this something good from this environment. So the fund is like something out of nowhere. You will have it. It means if you ask worth it or not, actually you already got the return from your action with the good environment, the good how to say, protection from this mangrove. Plus you can have that one. You can have more fun. So if you ask worth it or not, I said, since I already get something good from this environment things, and I get the money from it, yes, of course it's worth it, in my opinion. So again, we have to think about how we can support the green development first, and then you will get the benefit from it. It means when you get the benefit, even as small as like I already mentioned, in Indonesian pricings, like only $5 per ton, still it's for you, it's already like free money, because you already have benefit from the environment. So if I may answer your question, I said it's worth it for me, but for you, it's up to you how you can consider that one. But for the environment, of course, I say it's worth it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Budi, for your explanations. Yeah, that is right. We don't only think about the economic value, but it's still in our society, our culture. We need to conserve the environment. It's in our religions, right? So it's worth it. Thank you. Another question, please. Yeah, something related to inclusiveness in smart city. Do you think that our city now is inclusive enough? And what do you think? How you can ask Dr. Yuri how can make it more inclusive? Come on. I think you're already sleepy. Yeah, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alin, and I'm from Informatic Engineering, Bachelor, and I want to ask for Miss Yuri. So, since it's really important to involve citizens in making smart cities inclusive, can you give us clear examples of online tools or digital ways of working together that have successfully included people who are often left out, like those who are vulnerable or disadvantaged? And also, how do you think we can find the right balance between creating new smart technologies and making sure everyone is included, so that new technology doesn't accidentally create bigger gaps or special advantage just for people who can already access it? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yuri?
Wow, it's a tough questions, right? I think I should answer in Indonesia.
Yes. Yes, please.
Oh, yes. Um, Sebenarnya kalau I'm sorry Professor Huang, so it more easy to explain in Indonesian. Just sebenarnya kalau kita bicara tentang inklusif itu ya, sebenarnya kan baru-baru ini banget tuh yang bahwa ternyata nggak cuma soal smart city, nggak cuma soal smart city yang inklusif. Sebenarnya akar masalahnya itu adalah dari adanya digital transformasi. Digital transformasi inilah yang sebenarnya banyak yang membuat akhirnya itu ada inklusif ya. Dulunya kita kan selalu berbicara bahwa inklusif itu hanya sekedar kalau kita pikir adalah orang-orang yang rentan atau orang-orang yang disabilitas atau orang yang misalnya orang dengan kursi roda, orang yang buta, kemudian orang ibu hamil gitu ya, ibu hamil, kemudian anak-anak. Pemikiran kita sesederhana itu soal inklusif. Tapi sebenarnya ketika digital transformasi itu muncul, kemudian adanya smart city, kemudian dia akan berkembang menjadi lebih ini ya, lebih luas bahwa akhirnya tidak sebatas itu yang kita sebut dengan inklusif. Karena inklusif itu adalah adanya orang-orang yang terpinggirkan dari ada sesuatu yang baru, yaitu terutama dengan adanya si digital transformasi ini. Ketika kita berbicara digital transformasi, kemudian kita adanya muncul yang dinamanya kita kenal itu digital divide ya. Ketika digital divide itu ketika adanya digital divide, maka kita melihat lagi bahwa ternyata ada orang-orang yang kemudian akhirnya tidak tercover oleh teknologi, apalagi kemudian kita berbicara soal smart city. Jadi ada apalagi seperti negara kita adalah orang-orang yang negara kita kan dengan digital literasi yang sangat rendah, itu menjadi sangat tantangan yang sangat besar untuk membawa orang-orang di dalam untuk menjadi inklusif. Nah, tentunya saja memang kalau dari pemerintah itu memang harus ada ya, harus ada lagi itu bagaimana caranya pemerintah membawa orang-orang itu ke arah yang benar. Kalau kita lihat sekarang ini kita soal digital literasi itu ketika adanya bombardir dari teknologi itu kan tidak dipergunakan dengan wise ya. Sebenarnya itu adalah tidak tugas hanya pemerintah, tapi tugas semua orang untuk bagaimana membawa teknologi yang inklusif ini untuk menjembatani semua orang. Jadi maksudnya ketika kita juga kalau kita mau bilang yang sukses ya, contoh yang sukses. Sebenarnya tadi kalau kita melihat di London sendiri itu juga masih tidak seinklusif yang kita pikir. Apalagi dengan negara kita ini ketika adanya digital transformasi kemudian dengan smart city itu tantangan akan menjadi lebih besar lagi, terutama dengan daerah-daerah kita yang kepulauan, yang dimana wifi tidak tersedia, kemudian akses tidak tersedia, itu persoalan digital transformasi dan inklusif itu menjadi tidak sederhana, menjadi hal yang perlu dipikirkan. Kenapa kemudian akhirnya di kita, kenapa selama ini tuh inklusif itu tidak harus memaksa mereka approach dengan teknologi, tapi kemudian kita mengembalikan kepada orang atau kepada citizen itu bagaimana kita menyediakan ada banyak channel atau kita sebut dengan kalau dulu kan kita multiple channel, tapi yang akan kita bangun supaya dia menjadi inklusif itu adalah bukan multiple channel, tapi adalah omni channel, di mana kemudian semua kanal kita menyediakan semua kanal. Apakah kanal itu orang datang tatap muka atau orang menggunakan teknologi, menggunakan komputer, menggunakan email, kita bikin kanal-kanalnya. Kita bikin kanal yang banyak, kemudian kita bikin dia omni channel. Tentu saja harus ada data yang benar ya, data yang valid, kemudian privacy yang kita jaga, privacy yang privacy dan security itu menjadi ini banget, fundamental banget. Nah, ketika dia dengan channel yang ini, orang kembali dengan preference-nya dia. Preference-nya dia yang mana yang lebih menyaman bagi citizen untuk menggunakan saluran tadi. Jadi tidak kita tidak bisa memaksa bahwa 100% ketika kita bicara digital transformation dan smart city, kita nggak bisa 100% bahwa kita itu dia akan menjadi semuanya full digital. Nggak bisa. Apalagi dengan kondisi negara kita ya. Nah, itu juga bahkan di negara-negara maju sendiri pun dia tidak bisa fully digital. Itu. Terus apalagi ya tadi pertanyaan? Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yuri. Basically, Dr. Yuri is saying about digital dividends that digital technology should benefits everyone, not only disabled but also every people. including the one that we need to give more channels to everyone. So even the one that who doesn't have access to technology can benefit from this technology. Right. Okay, I think the last question. Oh yeah, we got one over there. Please.
Okay, thank you. I introduce myself. My name is Kurnia Dwi Surya. You can call me Rania. I want to ask Dr. Yuri about the smart city. Okay. According to the explanation from Dr. Yuri, I want to ask, how can smart city infrastructure better support people with invisible disabilities, such as someone who has a mental illness or mental disorder, who often go unnoticed in physical disability planning? I think that's it. Thank you.
Please, Dr. Yuri.
Oke, thank you Rania. So, aku kejawab pakai bahasa Indonesia lagi. Sebenarnya kalau kita bilang tadi digital infrastructure ya. Kalau digital infrastructure-nya sendiri itu adalah sebagaimana sebenarnya backbone dari smart city itu. Jadi sebenarnya emang lebih ke bagaimana membangun smart city-nya. Bukan bagaimana karena kan dia ada tiga ya, ada infrastrukturnya, kemudian ada inovasi, kemudian itu di mana teknologi, kemudian ada lagi yang tadi itu bagaimana dia menjadi social equity buat semua orang. Jadi bukan teknologi, bukan digital infrastrukturnya yang menjadi fondasi di sini, tapi dia itu adalah berkolaborasi. Jadi ketika kita membangun itu, komponen-komponennya itu harus dibangun dulu. Nah, si digital infrastructure itu sebagai fondasinya. Kemudian dia naik ke atas, kemudian sampai yang ketika kita bagaimana kita menggunakan data, kita menggunakan teknologi, kan ada layer-layernya tuh ya. Di layer yang paling bawah itu adalah bagaimana menyiapkan teknologi. Infrastruktur teknologi kita siapkan bagaimana dia siap untuk menghadapi atau membangun smart city. Kemudian kita naik lagi ke layer yang di atas itu kan kemudian ada policy di situ juga, ada inovasi. Kemudian di mana ketika kita membicarakan tentang hal-hal tadi, itu berbicaranya sudah di levelnya kebijakan sebenarnya, sama di desainnya. Di desain city itu bagaimana ketika mental health itu menjadi part dari city yang inklusif. Nah, itu akhirnya kita akan relate-nya, dia adalah ke kebijakan. Bagaimana pemerintah itu membuat kebijakan, kemudian menyediakan desainnya, agar tadi orang-orang yang tadi Rania bilang itu tidak bisa di-detect gitu loh. Nah, kalau kita cuma bicara fondasinya doang, digital infrastrukturnya doang, semua tidak akan terdetek. Tapi kemudian kita ketika naik ke atas, ketika pemerintah membuat peraturan, kemudian membuat kebijakan, kemudian menyediakan sarananya, itu yang harus dipikirkan di sana. Bagaimana tadi orang-orang yang itu yang tidak tercover, ataupun orang yang di cover atau apa yang harus di cover oleh pemerintah ketika mereka membuat city atau smart city yang inklusif itu. Jadi bagaimana nih? Jadi bagaimana kita membangun sinergi dari key inklusif smart city itu agar semua yang tidak tercover tadi menjadi tercover. Nah, ini memang bukan pekerjaan gampang karena harus ada deep analysis. Seperti apa sih sebenarnya city yang pengen dibangun itu? Seperti apa? Makanya kemudian tadi itu ada lagi bahwa keterlibatan masyarakat ketika kita membangun city yang inklusif itu harus ada. Jadi kan selama ini memang ya, kayak seperti saya yang bekerja di pemerintahan, itu apa yang terjadi? Pemerintah itu selalu membuat kebijakan adalah kebijakan versinya sendiri. Versinya sendiri bahwa dia berpikir bahwa kebijakan ini adalah kebijakan yang terbaik untuk rakyatnya. Tapi sama zaman sekarang ini tidak bisa begitu lagi. Jadi harus ada top down sama bottom up sama top down. Jadi kemudian itu yang kemudian dia akan kita bisa mendesainnya menjadi suatu desain yang komprehensif. Karena ketika kita bicara memberdayakan masyarakat, melibatkan masyarakat, itu kita akan dapat apa sih sebenarnya yang masyarakat inginkan, expect, itu dari pemerintah. Nah, itu yang memang sekarang pemerintah tidak bisa lagi membuat suatu kebijakan atau desain atau proyek pemerintahan berdasarkan top down, tapi juga harus ada bottom up-nya, yaitu bagaimana memberdayakan masyarakat, meminta masyarakat, menggali masyarakat untuk mendapatkan apa sebenarnya kebutuhan masyarakat. Nah, seperti itu. Mungkin jawabannya seperti itu, Rania. Terima kasih.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Gyuri. You explained it very comprehensively. I think you should become professor in our department. Right. For Mr. Iman, are you still there?
Ya, Pak Agus.
Yeah, I think you mentioned about entrepreneurial leaderships and transitional leadership. That is interesting for me. So what do you think about our bureaucracy and government? What should we do about how to transform for better like leaderships in our country, I think? Or do you have any idea of that?
Okay, thank you. This is a tough question actually. That what I mentioned before, there is a transformation leadership and transactional, right? So, actually in the small case like state-owned enterprise or also in the government, we need for these two types of leadership. This is not easy to find this kind of people, but the environment of the organization or environment in the government should be not only this kind of transactional, but also this leadership that also encourage people to transform, so that like Miss Yuri said about the digital transformation. So this kind initiative needs leadership that is think about the transformation, not only about how to achieve like in the small cases like in the company, not only thinking about the profit oriented, but has to think about not only how to achieve the profit, but also develop the human capital itself. So not only thinking about transactional, but also about the transformational. This is not easy actually. In some company, this is not easy because the human capital already, how to say, it's like cannot think about how to transform, but also think, okay, we have to find the profit, how to achieve this profit, how to achieve the target. So these two kind of leadership, we need both, but we can see how as a leader, how we have to know about this, the environment in the company or in the organization. So how to not also 50-50, but also probably the company already established, they already get the target or always achieve the target. So we have to think about the transformation. But in some company, they not kind of what to say, it's like not cannot achieve or get. So we need transactional leadership. I think that's my answer or my comment about that, Pak Agus.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iman. Yeah, yeah. Do you want to add or you another question? No. Okay. Okay. Do you want to add, Professor? Yeah, yeah. I think so. Let's Professor.
Well, I'm the one who speak a lot, but I think maybe I want to share my knowledge experience. Thank you also Imam and Yuri for your great and also Dr. Budi. All the doctors actually study in Seoul National University. We call SNU or SNU. Or sometimes, we welcome some people, Pisnu. So, I greatly appreciate your great knowledge sharing. I think knowledge to study is really about to share. So I think it's important, and also keeping the knowledge. If that knowledge can be, true or useful over the generation, and then we call that knowledge the truth. So the way we do research and understanding is making our effort and live to be the truth. Well, Dr. Imam actually mentioned about transformation. Well, it's also many different words describe the transformation, but this is actually the act of changes, right? We definitely see that some transformation will make changes. But as you know, there are many different kind of changes, definitely even in the good direction, right? In a good direction, good changes. Definitely we are talking about goodness. But when we say transformation, transformation. So in the beginning of trans mean we say transport, right? Right? Transgender. But not only just changing information, time, space, ability, even maybe free will or face. That kind of change we are talking about in a good way. That is sometimes when a kid become the adult, we say transform, right? That transform comes through in human life through the time period was we say around 3 years or 3.5 years from the middle school until you enter the university or high school, right? 3 or 4 years. That is we call adolescent, right? And our parents had a very difficult time, right? When in that transformation, right? Our body shape become different, right? We start to become, I become a man, not a kid. I don't want to talk how much we all went through. Yes, that change is not an easy moment for everyone. Human, life, all the object. And sometimes even we transform from out of invisible thing to the visible thing. Making, creation, that is transformation. Another way of a transformation, what we call convergence or fusion. The change of the fusion is when it is combined, it is not just harmony, right? It needs a fire, right? Fusion, then effort and energy, right? How much difficulty and effort need to be integrated in a short time? But once win over, it's like reborn, resurrection, new life, and new creation and recreation. I think for the people to be independent and for the life to be independent from dirt to the life, to the new creation, that transformation was happening. And that is spirit, that is knowledge, that is fire, that is energy, that is sound, that is whispering. I think we have to think. The change we are talking about, transformation. Why we millennial generation are talking about we need a digital transformation. The change we have been having for 2,000 years or more, I feel that we are not enough, we are not successful. You are expected, you are very smart. We want to live better. We have been waiting too. I think this is, we don't want the same kind of changes, evolution, right? We don't. Then what kind of, our unit and value change, magnitude from 2 times better? No, I'm not happy about it. 10 times, 100 times by AI, not hired, hiring or no need to hire. I'm a professional. Everyone will be the king. Everyone will be the cocky. Everyone will be independent. Everyone is the one who can create, right? As the one given as our gift. I think we really need to be brave. In our youngness, if we're not brave, we cannot change it. Peaceful way. Peaceful way. Peaceful way. That is, this age is calling you. If you answer to the sound, you become the pioneer. You become the person who first settled on this land of the Sasak as an indigenous. And also these Korean people can be Sasak and Lombo as long as they transform like me. I believe I'm teaching Smart City Global Convergence. I'm teaching integrated measure of smart city. For me, integrity, convergence, transformation is not change, is not just evolution, is not just innovation, is not just winning. I think we need to make an effort. Probably my student, Korean student, you know how hardly I work. I don't have a vacation. I don't go all these conferences for the tour. You haven't seen me do touring. I'm talking. This kind of concentration, only that kind of concentration where you can train your intelligence is given the time of your youngness. I hope we all of us, we are here for the WINIT. If you fill it back, it's a mini T. Small talent, young people, and generation. Definitely we say WINIT is not all for the old people, WINIT is for the millennial, IT, new IT expert. I believe everyone should be IT. This is not just one major. IT is mathematics, IT is language, IT is philosophy for the digitology and digital era. If you truly believe, and you have been believe Adam, if you truly believe Dale, if you truly believe idea, if you truly believe Kalki, then Kalki will not come until the people are ready, right? Let us too make an event that of a transformation. Let me give my confession to all of you. Yeah, I'm a beloved like you. I know transform will happen by God. This is the only thing that God can do from nothing to the one. But we believe and we try to do it. Definitely the help will come. I think such kind of helping of adding or signing is coming for those who are pursuing and waiting. Will the gift given to the person who are not expecting? Right? It will be given to those who's hardworking people, Korean, Indonesian, key. I hope our key grow. My bri, empo, bok, tuan, hope we grow our key. So will not be mini T, not mini T. If you convert WINIT, right? Not mini T. Later, truly, we make the WINIT as a time that we live good life. That is transformation. Brother, sister, you can do any study, and you can be the leader of all the world. as long as you do whatever you do like to your God on any kind of thing. I think this is the time we need. Otherwise, climate change, war, politicians, everything, corruption, money will destroy everything. Right? Thank you. But I think this time, also I'd like to invite you tomorrow. I very happy, bagus, baik, very happy. Terima kasih, tampiasi, that my book has been translated to Bahasa, the digitology. I'm gonna give you kind of book review and other books that will be translated, right? Gloriously. I hope you like the book. I believe this book become our starting point of the transformation for all of you. Thank you so much, and thank you, my brother and sister. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Huang. I think that's all. So that was the last comments, and also we finished all the presenter, and we also have a great discussion today. So I would like to close the sessions. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for the all presenter. Thank you very much to Mr. Iwayan Agus Arimbawa, STM Engineering PhD, for once again leading this session. We truly appreciate your guidance throughout both the morning and afternoon session of today's program.
We are now nearing the last agenda item of today's event.
To formally conclude this afternoon session and wrap up all agenda items for today, we now invite the Honorable Professor of Informatics Engineering at the University of Mataram to deliver the closing remarks.
Please welcome Dr. Engineering Budi Irmawati SCOM MT to deliver her closing speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I hope you still very happy because we just listened what Professor Huang explains more about life. Okay. Today we already have some of discussions about. Maybe in the morning it's about data, and then about the reduction of carbon, and then the last one is about digital literacy. Yeah, I would like to highlight, because now in our curriculum we have the regulations from our ministry that we should put the subject about digital literacy, then previously only given in some department, but now it should be given in all departments in University of Mataram. So this year we really changed the curriculum of all the study programs, and also we should also have the subject about ecology, island ecologies, and if you have land, don't build all your land with the buildings, but keep most of them as it. And if you could plant something there to support carbon reductions. I think Dr. Budi will agree about that one. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so today we will close our meetings and we will continue the discussion tomorrow. I hope everybody still have energy for coming here tomorrow and listen all the knowledge, all the information that we will get. Thank you very much. on behalf of Dr. Pasek Sutawijaya, I'm here. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineering Budi Irmawati, Eskom MT, for the thoughtful and meaningful closing speech to conclude today's session.
To all participants, we kindly ask you to stand up and gather in the center area so we can take a group photo together. Let's commemorate today's session with a great photo. Your presence will make it complete.
So everyone, please stand up, and we kindly ask our distinguished presenters also to join the audience. Everyone, please gather in the middle as we did in the morning session. Please move a little bit closer to your friends on your left and on your right.
Please, participant on the back, you can go to front, getting close to other participant.
Sudah aman?
Okay, get ready. Just normal pose. 3, 2, 1, and cheese. Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1, and cheese. Okay, unram pose.
Unram pose.
Okay, unram pose. Okay, one. Okay. Okay, unram pose. Okay, 3, 2, 1, unram.
One thing I like to give out some so one side, right? It just looks like a tree, but K, okay, Korea. Yeah, this is North, right? Indonesia, right? So three, yeah. So the right side is K, left side I, right? K, right? K, right? Oh, this way. Oh, we did this way. No, this way. Someone who's, yeah, yeah. On the right side, K. Here is one. Right side, 3. This is 3.
All right.
Yeah. 3. First, we say K, right? K, T, and then later, make L, Lombok. Okay? KL. First, K and Lombok.
Okay.
All right, make sure to raise your hand so we can see in the camera. 하나, 둘, 셋. 김치.
Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1, Lomba. Okay, thank you for everyone for your cooperation. Please have a seat.
Oke, lanjut. Oh ya, kamu tanya. Oh ya udah. Lanjutin. Ya. We both feel honored to be the master of ceremonies in today's event. We truly appreciate all the participants who have joined us from the very beginning until the end of today's session.
Thank you for taking the time to be here and for your active participation throughout the event. Just a friendly reminder, tomorrow is day 4 of the WINIT 2025 conference, so please don't forget to arrive on time for another exciting session.
That concludes our agenda for today. I'm Raisa, and alongside my partner Gerald, thank you for having us as your MCs. Good afternoon.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And sampai jumpa.